Okay. Let me log in here. AWS. MFA. Okay. Now we're logged in. Let's see. I'm gonna start the front end here. Or let's try here first. So the front end npm run dev. Let's try. It's not working. Okay. Yeah, this is why we are doing it here in the Windows operating system, not in the WSL. It should work here. Okay. So the app is where we stopped yesterday. Okay. But the ongoing task we have is creating the DynamoDB table. And here is our table. This one, where is it? I think we lost it. Yeah, I think we lost it because of the crash yesterday. So we're gonna have this, just a basic example. Oh, what happened? Oh, this one. Single table. Okay, and we need the outputs. Just the name, and the reference is this one. Nope. Try again. Then need the ARN here. Give me a minute. I'm gonna share the stream. Let's see here. Lai, ito ka oh. Para mag-iba. Okay. single table ddb arn, and this one, and oh, what happened? Why am I in the package.yaml? Should be here, template. Oh, okay, my bad. It's already here. Okay, looks good. Now we need to, because here in our design there are two sort key, so we need to create a local secondary index here for this one. So I'm not sure how to do that in the SAM template. How to add LSI. Oh, like this. Status index. Key is the PK and status. Okay, so I need to add it here. The status is also here. You need to add in the attribute definition. So what attribute name lsi1 sk, attribute type is s, so like this, and then after the key schema, let's add the local secondary indexes. Okay, index name lsi1, key schema, attribute name. Okay, that's the hash, and the range is lsi1 sk. Projection, yes, we need a projection. Projection is all. Projection type all means that all the attributes will come back to us when we use this index for the query. So extend okay, I think we can try this one out. Some validate, is it? Let's go to the background. valid. Okay, so we package it. Okay, and then we can deploy like this. And it should start a cloud formation stack with this name, finance tracker stack. Okay, and we can view that here in AWS console, cloud formation stack. Okay, it should appear here. But let's wait. Now it started. Okay, let's see. So it's gonna add a lambda permission, another lambda permission here. Okay, and a role for the function, and then the lambda itself, and then the API gateway deployment, the API gateway again for the stage, the REST API. So this is the actual API gateway, which is of type REST API. And then you're gonna need a stage and then a deployment. Okay. Okay. But where is the DynamoDB? I don't see it. Let's see in the package, because this is the output of the template.yaml. Why? It's not here. Only the function. So no, I'm gonna cancel this. Let's check. I already have it here, and I run the command. This one. Do I need to build first? Yeah, it's not adding the DynamoDB. Should I SAM build first? Let's see. And then it should be here. This should be the one. That should be deployed. Let's try this one more time. Let's check this one. Template. Oh no, the package. Oh, okay, so it's now here, the DynamoDB table. And our configuration is okay. This looks good. Now we can deploy that. So first thing, let's add it here. Some build. Build a project, then package, and then we can deploy now. Let's update our notes so that we won't forget. Okay, let's check again the changes. So the changes, there is our DynamoDB table, permission again, and the other things that we've seen in the previous with the added DynamoDB table. Okay, I think this is good. We can deploy. Create in progress. So that means if we go here in our CloudFormation, we should see the stack. Instead of 2, there should be 3. I don't know where that went. Maybe it's on a different region, I think. I'm not sure. What should be the region here? My bad. US is 1. Okay. So it's in US is 1. That's not what I wanted. So we go here, US is 1. In Virginia. It should be here. Oh, it's on the incorrect region. So it's here. At least it's deployed. So we can see the resources here. It deployed a DynamoDB table. Okay, so PK for the purchase key, SK for the sort key, and we also have a index here, LSI. Okay, LSI 1 SK. That's good. This is on demand. Okay. And this is our Lambda function. We can check it here. It's gonna have a trigger of API gateway here of 2. This is gonna be 2, the options and the post request. So here for the slash expenses. So yeah, looks good. And we're gonna check the API. So we can test it out here with the API gateway. Wait for it to load. AWS configure. Oh, so the default region here is set to US is 1. Okay, so let's cancel that first. Why is it not loading? Let's refresh. If not, I'm gonna go API gateway and find it myself. We're still in Virginia, Northern Virginia. And I'm gonna also check my RAM because we're gonna be in trouble again with our RAM. Yeah, 16 gig is not enough for this. So let me close some tabs here that are not being used. Oh, nice. I just closed Facebook. And I think it cut down 1.7 gigs of RAM. Wow. Just opening Facebook in the browser. It's consuming 1.7 gigs. Let's close this one and this one. Is it loaded? Why? What's happening? Okay, so here's our API, and we have our /expenses. And here's our posts. We can test this out here like this and test, and yep, we got a 200 response. Let's see. So the lambda here with the post handler here is gonna return this. Okay, so that's good. But let's go back here. I wanna destroy this stack because I don't want it in the North Virginia. So we can do it here and delete the stack. That's the good thing about using SAM or CloudFormation, is that you can destroy the stack and it will destroy everything that it have deployed. So the resources, so all the DynamoDB table, the function, the roles, the permission, the API gateway, the deployment, and the stage, it will be all destroyed if I delete the stack. So that's good. So we're gonna destroy this. We can destroy it here in the UI, or we can do it in the CLI. How to destroy stack using some CLI. Okay, so we're gonna have this. Okay, this one or this one. Let's add it in the command. The stack name is this one, so we're gonna replace this and copy this again. Are you sure? Okay. This is the reason why I did not change the region yet in the here in the configuration, so that I assume it's gonna cause conflict here if I change it before I delete the stack. So let's do this. Do you want to delete the template file in the S3? Yes. Okay. Now it's deleting the S3 object, the template. So the S3 object is this one. This is where this CLI uploads the template. So these files. So when we package, it's gonna upload it to the S3 that is specified here. SAM 338. Yep, this one. It's gonna be uploaded here. So yeah, and we can check here, instead of 4, if we refresh, should be 3 or not. Or check this file. It's still here. 767. How about this one? Not deleted. Okay, that's fine. It's just a few bytes. Yeah, 1 KB. You can just delete them later. It's no big deal. We're not gonna be charged with that. And let's refresh here. It should be deleted already. No, it's not even showing anymore. Deleted. Let's check. Yeah, this one. Delete complete. So the resources are deleted. Yeah. And we can check that in the API gateway. Should not be here anymore. Yeah, there are no API. It's 0. So let's move to the AP Southeast 1, Singapore. Because it's the one closest to me, I'm gonna go with that. And let's change our configuration. Now CLI AP Southeast 1 JSON. That's fine. We can go with here again. Let's package the SAM and let's deploy again. Uploading to this template file. Let's check. It's uploading here. Why? It's not here. Now, here are the changes again. Let's deploy into AP Southeast 1. Now, we are in the Singapore, and if we check the cloud formation, it should be here. App is creating. So also being updated here. Now we are waiting for the API gateway, and it's done. Okay. Refresh. And it's here. Okay. Now our backend is deployed again. Okay, now we can continue. So let's check our DynamoDB table. It should be here. It's open. So this one, the DynamoDB table, it's the single table. Is that what I named it? In the template? Okay, single table. Yeah, okay, it's fine. We can change it later. Yeah, we can explore, but there is no data here yet. And can perform the insert here already. We can check to do validate body, and then save to DDB. That's the two things. Let's go and insert for now. Let's get that DynamoDB put item JavaScript SDK v3. Example. And we'll put item, this one. So we need this imports. It's just gonna import the library from this, and then this one. And we need to install these packages. I have a tip here. You only install it in development, so that because this one is already available in the Lambda environment in the AWS, so you don't need to install it in production. So we're gonna install it with the -d flag to install it only in the development. So what that means is, here you can see it here in the package JSON. It's gonna be in the dev dependencies instead of the dependencies. So if you don't know, here in the package.json, the dependencies object is the only ones that are gonna be with your code when you build or deploy it. The dev dependencies will not be included. So these are only the dependencies that you need while you are developing, and they don't add up to the final bundle. So this is making sure that your builds is still lightweight. So yeah, so when you install the AWS SDK, just put it in the dev dependencies because they are already available in the AWS when you deploy your Lambda. And while waiting for the install, it's taking long. I think I'm gonna cancel it and install it here in the Windows instead. And install. I think it's gonna be faster. Oh, Lambda expenses. Yeah, I need to go inside the Lambda expenses and install it here, not in the root of the backend, because they have their own package.json file. So while waiting for that, we can already create this. So this example is using the document client. This is an abstraction, so you don't have to marshal and unmarshal everything. So I think we're gonna use this just to speed up our development. Yeah, so it's fine. It's not an issue. Okay, we're gonna initialize the client, DynamoDB client, and the doc client here, and then we can create a command. Let's keep everything simple for now. And the response, let's select it. Item is gonna be the body. Put command. Okay. npm install. Okay, let's check. It's already okay. Should be here. Okay. Why is it still not finding? That's so bad. That's fine. Let's check our RAM. The table name we need to change. Of course, the table name is gonna be this one. Single table. What happened? We're gonna fix that for later. And let's try this for now. Yep, we can already try this. We can actually try this on our local to see if it's working, but kind of worried with the RAM. If we run a Docker container, it might just crash the WSL again. So I'm just gonna deploy it to the AWS because it's fast. It's already fast enough. So we're gonna do this build. And then ES build. Now it's searching for it. Why? I don't need that. Oh yeah, so it's building. It's building our application, and it's gonna be searching for this. How to do this? So as I explained earlier, the AWS SDK is already in the Lambda environment when you deploy, so you don't need to install it to reduce your bundle. So let's try to find this, how to set this up in the ES build. There is no ES build config here, so I'm not sure. Let's copy this. Is it here inside the ES? Maybe this one? Maybe. Let's try. I'm not sure. Let's ask this one. How to mark this as external. I got this error. So when it says you mark this as external, it's not gonna include it in the build, and it's gonna assume that it will be available. You will handle the dependency yourself. So got it. included unnecessarily. ES build. Okay, so we can add it here in the SAM template as this external build properties. Okay, that's a new one for me. I never encountered that, so that's a good one. So we added here the level of the properties. Oh, it's already here, the metadata. It's ES build, and in the build properties we need to add the external. Okay, and this one I'm gonna try it here. Oh, is that correct? Build properties, no, that should be it. And we have other one. The other one is lib DynamoDB, and then this one I'm gonna add it here also. And let's try it. Some build. Let's see if it builds. Why? Why is it not building? It's not building. What's happening? Build method is build. Build properties, external. It's already here. Should be correct. Sure why. I don't know. Let's try this for now. I'm still confused with this command, so let's just try the package for now. Or did I add it here? Oh yeah, that's why. Should be in the template again. Yeah. Just cancel this. External. And let's try. Some build should work now, I think. Okay, now it's working. And get here the package. Okay, and we can deploy. So this is good. There is an await here. This is async. Let's wait for this one. So it's gonna update only the Lambda function and the REST API. It's only gonna update what we have updated in the code. So that's one more thing that is good about SAM. using CloudFormation or SAM. Now it's deployed, and we can test this. Okay. Let's test it in the API gateway for now. Expose method, test it, and the request body. We need to fill this up. The PK is gonna be expenses like this. Expense. Remove the optics. The SK will be date. What is the date? Let's see, 2025. 0817, that's the date. Next is the timestamp. Timestamp. Hello, Maisa. Thank you. Maisa Briber. Welcome here. You can stay if you want. I'm just trying to code something here. And then we need one more. The amount. The amount's gonna be, let's say, 250. So we can test it now. Some error happened. Why? Did we catch it? There. Okay, so we log the error here on the catch. So there's something wrong with what we did. And let's try to check that. Let's go to our Lambda here. And go to monitor and check the CloudWatch. CloudWatch logs. So we're checking the error that we had in the logs. So this one, we have a log string here. This is the request that we made. Access denied. Oh, okay. So it means that our Lambda role doesn't have put item permission on our table. This is our table, the single table. So we need to add the the permission for this Lambda to be able to insert to the DynamoDB. So let's check here for the permissions. It only has the Amazon CloudWatch. You can also check here in the IAM dashboard. It doesn't have the permission, or the permission. So there's only one permission here. This for the logs or the CloudWatch logs, and we need to add that. I think we have predefined IAM permissions for SAM. Yeah, the templates. Yeah, I need this. So there are two ways to do this. Of course, if you want to just test it out, we can just add it here, add the permission here in the console. But we don't want to do that. We want to update the SAM template so that when we deploy our changes, it will be still available. Because if we just add the permission here and then we do the deployment later, it's gonna remove the role or the policy that we specify here. So I'm trying to get a template here that we can use in the SAM so that we can add the permission for the DynamoDB table. So in our Lambda function, we can add the policies like this. So we can add in the properties, the policies key, and then we can specify the policies that you want. So I'm gonna search for the DynamoDB CRUD policy. Yep, this one. It gives us everything we need. I'm gonna put this for now for us to be faster. So that's a CRUD policy, and then we need to specify this one. So like this. So let's go to our function in the template. Properties and policies. Let's add it here. Should sit like that. DynamoDB CRUD policy, yeah, this one is this exactly what we need. And we can specify the table name for this. No, not the one. And we can do a ref. Yep, that's correct. DDB CRUD policy, and we need this one. Okay, I think that's correct. And we specify the table name here, and we reference our table, which is this one. Yeah, this is our DynamoDB table. So this is what we put here in the reference. So let's try that, and let's deploy this for now. Let's say some build, and we can package this again. And we can go like this. Yes, it's gonna update the role here. So yeah, As you can see, it's gonna update the function role, the Lambda function role, and it's gonna update the Lambda and the API gateway again. Let's wait for it to finish. Give it a few more seconds. Just one more. Okay. Now it's good. And we can go back to our role to check it here in the IAM. Nope. Go back here and refresh this. This is the Lambda role that we have. So refresh. It should already be here. The DynamoDB CRUD policy. Here, this one. Yeah, so it all has all the DynamoDB permissions, and it's pointing to the single table that we have. Yeah. Now we can test this in the API gateway. And this is the one that we use. It resulted to an error, so yeah, this one, some error happened. And we can just send the same payload with this, the body, the PK, the SK, the time, and the amount. Yeah, let's test this. Now it says expense recorded successfully, and it's the data that we sent. Now we can check the DynamoDB table if it's already here. Let's run scan, and it's here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now it's working. Next, we're gonna do is improve the code now that it's working. So the table name, it should not be hard-coded here. It should be in the environment variable for the Lambda. And how do we do that? It's here in the template. We're gonna add it here. You can ask GPT here how to add env variables, environment variables for Lambda in SAM template. So this one, inside the properties, we can add the environment. Yep, this is exactly what we need. So we put it in the properties. Yeah, here. And DDB table name. DDB table name. I want this to be like that. And the reference, it should point here. Again, this is a reference, so it should point somewhere. Something that is defined in your template. So it should match the DynamoDB here. This is our DynamoDB table resource, and it should point there. And we can now update the code and use this variable name, DDB table name. We can use that here instead of this one. We can use the parse.env that, or just for backup, we can still hard code it here. Okay. Now that we have that, we can test it again. Oh, it should be some build. My DynamoDB table is not what? Did I not correct that? Oh yeah, I did not. Should be here. This one. Some validate again. Now it's valid. Some build. Let's go. Maybe I'll create a shortcut for this one so I don't keep running this tree. Yeah, we can do that next. So every time I deploy, I need to run these three commands: the build, the package, and the deploy. And it's taking a few seconds, like 30 seconds over time, so it's a good thing to automate that. I'm gonna do that next after this one. So if you notice here, the deploy command is also asking us if we want to deploy the change set. So we need to confirm. So we need to get rid of that to automate this deployment thing. So I'm gonna find something that would disable that. So in the sum deploy command, sum deploy command with no prompts, auto confirm change set. Okay, so I think we should use this one. Let's edit the stack. Now we're gonna automate this one. Let's create a file here called deploy.shell, and we can simply copy this one and paste it here, the package, and then remove this deploy one because that one has a prompt that we need to confirm, and this should be it. So when we deploy now, we should only run the deploy. So deploy.sh should automatically deploy. Yeah, so it's gonna build, package, and then deploy the changes. So it's gonna run these three commands. So that's a simple automation that's very helpful for us. Instead of running these three commands one by one, it's gonna run it for us. Hello, Engineer Black. Thanks for joining the stream. Now that's good. Let's check the changes here. If it reflects, it should already be here in the configuration for the Lambda. So this is our Lambda, the hello world function, and should be here in the environment variables, the table name. Yeah, so it's available. Next thing I want to fix is this guy. So to remove this error, I think we need to install these two in the dependencies instead of the dev dependencies. Like that. it should be here. Did not move. Let's uninstall them first. Should remove it here. Now they're gone in the dev dependencies, and then install it again so that they move here at the top, the dependencies object. This will remove the error here in our code. Okay, now they are here. It should go away, hopefully. It doesn't go away. Maybe because I'm opening it here like this on the root directory. But it's fine. My assumption is if I open the AWS code right here, the error should not appear. Yeah, and it should be able to resolve this. Yeah, it's able to resolve it. I can control click and it goes to the node modules. Yeah, assumption is correct, because right here if you control click it doesn't go. Maybe it's just a VS Code thing, but it's fine. I can live with that. Next thing we want to do is clean this up a little bit more. Let's do the validation for now. I think let's do some simple validation. So right here we need to send this. This is the example valid body. So we're gonna check that. If yep, that's okay. Valid requests. Now we can test this, the validation. I want to test it locally. We still have a few gigs. Let's try. Let's try. Okay, let's try. So 12.1 earlier the RAM. Okay, so it's searching for my Docker. Let me start my Docker. Because it needs the Docker to be running. Now it's gonna consume RAM. Okay. Now our RAM is ramping up again to 14.9. Okay. I think we're still good. What's this? Let's run it again. Now it's running. It's running our API gateway locally. And the RAM 13.7. Now that's good. Okay. And now we can test it with the Postman. Since this is running locally. Yup. Create expense. And we can send the body here. Let me copy the example here. Date is the same. And let's add the time. 10:4 120. And some error happened. What happened? What's this? Resource not found. Resource not found. I think it's not finding our DynamoDB table. Maybe we need to add the region here. AP Southeast 1. Can we try that again? Restart the server. Still not able to find it. Let's try to search for this. I think the issue is with the role or the credentials. Maybe it's not finding the table because of the credentials. Okay. No. Not that one. Stop this. Yeah, we want to point it to our cloud resources, not the local one. AWS region. The Azure Lambda has a correct region plus table name. Okay. I already added that in the region. DynamoDB client. Yeah, this one. AP South is one. I'm running. How do I do this? Local start API. Check the table name. Okay. Sabi dito, SAM does not substitute the ref. You'll need to provide it. So it says here in our template, it doesn't substitute the environment. So we can check that. If it's true, we can validate. Now let's get this. And log it so we can check. Let's restart the server. So I just logged the table name. And try it again. Now let's check. Why is my log not here? Do I need to add the SAM build before I start the API? Maybe that's why, yeah. Because I did not do SAM build. Maybe the only solution is this one, adding the region. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Let's try. Wow, let's wait. It's taking slow. Exit handler never called. What's happening? Now it succeeds. Okay. Let's try the API again. That's weird. Maybe just a hiccup with the, I don't know. Here you go. DDB single table. Why is it like that? DDB single table. Oh, this one. Not the table name. It should be single table. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is correct. Wrong table name. And we can use env vars. Okay, now let's try this. And yeah, my function. env.json. And the function name, it should be this one. No. Let's see. This one. And the name should be single table. Is that correct? Let's check here. This one. Yep. And we can change the command. So instead of like this, SAM local start API -- environment file, like that. That env vars, env.json. That's right. Let's try this one. Okay, should be here at the backend root directory. Okay. Let's try. DDB single table, it did not update. Why? It's still the DDB single table. Do we need to do some build? Okay, let's try this again. It's still using this one. It's not overridden. Why? Already specified here. Oh, this one, the key. Yeah. My bad. That's the incorrect key. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this. Now it's working. Great. Now it's recorded into our DynamoDB table. Let's check here. It's not here. 120. Oh, it's here. 120 10.4, but it overridden the first. Okay. Hello, Kurt. Welcome. Welcome, bro. So, we have an issue with the schema. Kung sa design. Pwede. NextJs to, NextJs. May issue. There's an issue with our schema. So, when you have the same date with two records with same date, it's gonna override the first one, like what happened here. So, if you notice the SK here or the date, it's 8/17. So if I add another 8/17 but with a different time or the value, maybe 505, it's gonna overwrite this existing one. Yeah, if I refresh this, yeah, it's gonna overwrite. It's still one item only in the database. So to fix that, so that's just how DynamoDB works. So if you have the same PK and SK, this is gonna be your primary key. So together, the PK and SK together forms your primary key. So it should be unique for every record. So with the design like this, it's not unique. So instead of this one, we can turn this into a timestamp instead of a date only. So yeah, instead of date, this should be a timestamp. And we can remove this. So there's no infrastructure changes here. It's just, we don't need to deploy anything to change this since we're in DynamoDB. We just need to add it here. Maybe add the seconds also to make it more unique. And we can fix it like this. So 3. Oh, okay. We need to deploy something or change in the code because we have a validation here. So the time, we just remove the time, but we don't need to deploy the infrastructure. Do I need to build first? Yeah, I need to build some build. Then we can run it again. Let's try. Yep, it went through. Now let's run this. Now it has two records. Did not overwrite the first one. Okay. Now let's decide the format here. The format should be ISO, I think. or like this. It's possible. It's okay to be like this, and we can delete this one already. It's yep. Now we're left with this one. And then next thing we're gonna do is clean this up. We're adding the headers here. Yeah, here and also here. So there are a bunch of duplicates here for the headers. And I wanna do that in a middleware. If we are using Express, it's gonna be easy, but we're using a function, lambda here, lambda function. So it's gonna be a different approach. But we still have a package that we can use for that. So let's implement that. But first, let me commit my changes first. I don't wanna commit this package. So let's add it here. Like that. So it should not add this one. Okay, so it's not detecting here, but here, okay, now it's good. I just need to refresh here. Let's see. Let's commit the front end first. Oh, what are these? So we renamed it. So we renamed the function folder here, the lambda. And I think it's a good idea to rename it also here for this one instead of hello world function. Let's highlight these and call it expense function. function, expenses function. So that should edit also here. And let's try to deploy it. Let's check our RAM. I think I need to stop the server first to reduce our RAM, hopefully. So we can use our automation here to deploy. So this one, it's just gonna run the build, the package, and the deploy for me. So I don't need to run them one by one. Okay, so let's review the changes here. It's gonna delete the lambda because we changed the name, so it's gonna delete it and recreate it. So there's a delete part here and add. That's fine. We're still in development, but yeah, this is just the lambda function. It's not the database table or anything. So we won't lose our existing data here. It's just gonna recreate the lambda. Let's wait for it. Few minutes. Give it a few minutes. Okay, now it's done. So it should change our lambda name here. Expenses function, yeah? This one, the lambda function. Should change it. Yep, now it's expenses function. We can close this guys, this guys. No changes there, no need to check anything. Let's see what we can do. We can check out. Okay, now we finish our task. We created the DynamoDB table, and we were able to save an expense record to the DynamoDB. Now what's next? Yeah, remember you were talking about cleaning up the headers, the setting up of the headers here, because there are a lot of duplicate with this one. So here it's the second one, this is the third one, and this is the fourth one. So these headers are required for the course, and we need to update them or clean them up. But first, let's commit the changes. Let's see if there's something that we should not commit here. It's always good to review your changes. Yeah, for this one, I think I'm not gonna commit this env JSON, so let's remove that or ignore it. So everything that is env.json, we don't include them. It's not working. Index, oh okay, because I added it already. Let's return the wildcard. Now it's grayed out. You can see here it's already grayed out, means it's not gonna be included in the kit. Now let's do this one more time. Check if there's anything that should not be committed. Let's see. Okay. These are okay. Okay, we're good. Can push that to GitHub. Now, next thing we're gonna do is test this in the UI. Here is our very simple UI. Now we have this one. Submit. Let's see how this goes. I think it's not gonna work, or there's something that we need to adjust in the payload. Let's see the response. What happened? Oh, network error. So the server is not running. So let's check our commands and run the server like this. Oh no, what happened? No. I think the WSL crashed again. I'm not sure. My RAM is still at 14. Why is it crashing? Yeah, it's not working anymore again. WSL doesn't open. Okay, it's not working. I need to restart, I think, to make this work, because WSL it crashed again. Why? Yeah, I need to restart. Hopefully the stream doesn't end again. Let's try. Shutdown completed. Now let's try. I think it got fixed. We can continue, I think. Let's check the Docker. Now it's running. Check the RAM. 14.4. Now that's high. Let's restart this. Reload the VS Code. Hopefully this one works now, because the WSL is already running. Maybe I need to close this one and start it again here. Okay, now it works. And I think our changes are not pushed to GitHub, so let's push it. This one. Now it's working. Now we're back. So what we are gonna do is start our server and test it again in the UI. If it still works. So the command we are using here to start the API gateway locally is this one. Let's go to the back. So the backend here. Now it's running. Test it with the Postman first. Should work. Error happened. What happened? Resource not found again. I think we already fixed this one. What happened? DDB table name, and we use this command. But why is it not working again? Let's do some build. Validate first. And it's valid, so let's do some build. And let's run this one. Let's start the API. Now it's running, has this one endpoint. Test it again. Again, it's using this one. env vars. Is this the same command that we use for the start API? Yeah, it's the same command. Not sure why it's not working here. Should work. DDB table name is defined here. And in this template, this is our function. This is the environment. DDB table name. It's already correct. Let's try again. Still not working. There it is. Template parameters. Why is it not working now? I did not change anything on that part, so I'm confused. Let's see. Oh, now I see. Because we changed the function name here, we also need to change it in the env. Oh, now it should work. Okay. Try this. Now it's working. Check DynamoDB. It's already here. Now let's try with the UI. Try the UI. Let's try 444. Let's clear this. Bud requests. Now we got bud requests. Time amount. Why? Amount, font source. Oh, yep. Instead of passing the SK here, PK and SK, it should be automatically added here in the function. So this is a wrong implementation. So we should only require the amount, font source, and amount, font source, and timestamp. Not the PK and SK. Okay. Amount, font source. Okay, it's a good thing we tested in the UI. Now we are able to catch this incorrect font source cache. Timestamp should look like this. Amount, font source, timestamp. Now there is a T here. And then we need to construct it here. And we put the PK here. Expenses. Expense. Okay. And the SK would be the body dot timestamp dot replace T with a space, because I noticed that we have a T here sent by our UI, and just need to remove that and replace it with a space instead. And instead of this one, because if you do this, the client or the UI is going to be able to send any properties to our database, so it's not a good idea. So we need to map them manually here, the font source, body.font source, and the amount. Okay, should work. Now I need to build some build. Okay. Now let's test it again in the UI. Let's refresh. I want to see, let's say bank, say 450, and we leave the timestamp. Submit. Wow, now it's 200. The response is expense recorded successfully. Fund source bank. And then check the DynamoDB if it's here. 450, now it's here. Yep, correct. Now that's working. One thing I noticed is this response, it contains the T. That is because it's returning the response as the body. It's returning the body as the response here. So we need to change that. Instead of this, new item, expense item, new expense item, and then we can return that. Right. Now we can restart the server, rebuild it, and start the API again. Now it's running. You can test it in the UI again, just to make sure. Now let's put Gcash here, 567, send it. Now it's 200. Now it looks okay. Now the T is gone, and we have everything here. Okay, now that's good. We can reset the values here to the initial state in the front end, so we can make changes on that. Yep, this one. But I see, let's test it again. Let's say 599. Let's try it again. 1055. Yeah, I think that's good. The 599 is recorded here. Yep, that's good. One thing I notice here is the seconds is not included. So we need to add that first also. Need to add that also. Where does it come from? Let's check this output. I think easy date from, let's check this one. Easy date, date FNS TZ. Oh, can't use it. Cons equals require. It's not working. Oh, I think we need to go to the backend and do node here. This one still not working. Oh no, so front end. So got confused. Yep, this one, and we can test this. Yeah, I think we can get this with the timestamp. Instead of 16, we can get 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 to 23. Let's try this again. The UI. Now it's here. Now you can also set the milliseconds here. That's fine. Let's check the database. Okay, now it looks good. And okay, let's delete these guys for now. And we're good. Now, next thing we're gonna do is we go back to this. Is we commit first. Yeah, we need to commit first. Okay. Next thing we're gonna do is this. So let's put it in our task. Move the adding of course headers into middleware. So we're gonna be working on that. I'm gonna take a quick break. So We're back. Okay, next thing we're gonna do is move these headers. Setting of header into a middleware. And then next we're gonna do is clean up code, clean up or organize code. Now let's do that. Now we're gonna use package npm. The name of the package is Midify, I think. Midify, Midi. Okay, this one is what we are gonna use for the middleware. Has a lot of weekly downloads, so everyone's using it. For this one is a middleware engine for AWS Lambda. So let's install it first to our backend. How are we gonna do this? Install it here in our Lambda first. And then to use it, let's check the documentation here. And first thing here, the HTTP JSON body parser. HTTP error handler. What's this? You can also do validator here. Wow, that's cool. Okay. JSON parser. You can do validator. And then the handler. HTTP error handler. What's this? What does it do? For now, let's use the JSON parser. Or maybe later. I need to this one. Course. Oh, let me just read this. Credentials boolean optional if true sets access allow credential to false. And sets this one. Origin or origins option. Default origin to put in the header. Default origin. Origins, an array of allowed origins. Okay. So what we have here is allow origin, allow method, and allow header. Let's see if there are some options here that are related to that. So headers and method. Headers and method. Okay. So instead of that one, let's import this. MIDI handler. No, not like that. Dot use course. To use the course. I need to install this. Install MIDI HTTP course. Okay, now that's good. Now we can specify the request headers. Content type, request methods, and then the origin. Maybe let's use the origins array. Origins. This is an array. HTTP localhost 3001. Let's put that for now. And then hopefully we can remove this, guys. Clean this up. And let's try it. Build it first. Let's wait for the build. Made an error. Seems like this is the same error we got, and we just need to retry this, I think. Mid-core, it's not working. Why? It's already here. Do I need to install them here? Mid-core. Yeah, maybe. No, not here. Mid-core, maybe we need to install it here. And then, let's see. It should already be here. Let's try the build one more time. If it removes one error. Let's try. Wow, it's taking slow. Taking too long. But let's give it a few minutes. Same error again. Let's retry. Cannot resolve. Why? Why can't you not resolve? It's already there. Cannot resolve. Let's try this. some build. Can't find this part of the middle firmware. Fancy code packages. If it's missing, install the dependency. Make sure your function points to the right folder. My function, code URI. Let's check. I know it's correct. Yup. Lambda expenses. The handler, the runtime, the build method. Let's try this. No. WSL crash again? My goodness. My RAM is not that high. Let's shut it down for now and then start it again. Just like last time. It should fix, or it should start the WSL again. I'm using the WSL because I'm more familiar with the commands for the Linux, and some tools that I'm using are not available on Windows, so we're gonna wait for this WSL to restart. Hey guys, if you're on the stream, just say hello on the chat. Welcome to the stream. Hope you like it here. Okay, now it's shut down. Now engine running. Now it's working again. Let's close this and start it again. Okay, now we're back. Let's go back to the back end. So the issue we're getting was the SAM build is not working. So if we say SAM build, couldn't find the two packages that I just installed, although they are already here. They are already here inside the Lambda, and I also tried installing node modules here in the root directory of my backend. So let me try installing also the MIDI core to see if it fixes this one. So just an update for you guys. This is what we are doing now. We are moving the adding of course headers into a middleware. And yeah, so let me show you here, because last time we had this guys, the setting of headers for the course that is duplicated 4 times on this one file. So we're fixing that, cleaning up our code a little bit, make sure it's maintainable in the long run. So we are using this package in MIDI, and we're trying to make it work with the build. It's not working right now. Let's wait for it. No, I think I need to do it here. In the Windows terminal, so it's faster. Yep, it's done. Hopefully this works now. Let's do some build. It's still not working. Let's try this. Okay, we're just waiting for this build. It's kind of slow, huh? The RAM, it's 14.3. Hope it doesn't crash the WSL again. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. So while waiting, let's just show you here what we are doing for now. We're trying to move the course headers into a middleware. So we're trying to install this package, the MIDI. I already installed it, but it's not building with the SAM. So I'm trying to fix it. It's already installed here inside the function. Oh my god. Container image. Hope this won't crash my WSL, because it's just 1 gig, 1.5 gig. I think it's gonna run a Docker image. Bundles everything. Oh, okay. Wow, build succeeded. Let's see if it runs. No, the command we need is this one. Let's try if it runs. Okay, it runs. Let's see. Oh, not here. Let's try here. Because I haven't updated my Postman. Now the course is not working. Okay. Let's check the response header. No header. No response header? No, maybe it's not showing because it's got a course. Let's try here in Postman so that we can see the actual response. Yep, it's working, but let's check the headers. It's not being set. So I must have done something incorrect. Let's see. Options. Request headers, request methods, and the origins. We set it up correctly. Why is it not working? Oh, it's being added if I add a header. Is that correct? Let's check here. The response header. Access control allow origin. Why is it not adding the origin? Why is Axios? Axios doesn't set the origin itself. That's basically GNU authorization. When you make cross-origin requests, Okay, so we need to add in the front end. Let's try. Window dot location dot origin. Okay, so we can try this instead of hard coding it. Yep, let's try. Refresh this. Window is not defined. Okay, it's not working. Okay, let's just use an interceptor. HTTP client dot interceptor. Try that one. Is it still running? Let's see if this works. Hopefully. Yep, it's working, I think. Let's test it out. 1078. Submit. Refuse to set unsafe header. Why? Why do you refuse, bro? Why are you refusing my header? Why are you refusing my header? What if I instead do it like this? Try to build it again. No. Hi, Jobert. Welcome. Good to see you, bro. Welcome to my stream, guys. If you have any questions, suggestions, just leave it in the chat. May Jasmine? Jasmine Foothouse? Let's try this again. Still error. Request header. So why? If I don't add the origin header, it doesn't add the headers I need. Let's see if the changes are being applied. Maybe the build is not working. Let's try to build again. I'm not sure if the build with the container is gonna work. Let's start it again. Let's try if my log is gonna show. Let's try this. Yeah, my log is showing. So it means the build is okay. But the headers are not being sent. There's no response headers for the course. Not sure why. Already set it here. Let's check the an array of allowed origin. The incoming origin is matched against the list and is returned if present. If the incoming origin is not found, the header will not be returned. Wildcard can be used to origin to match the multiple origin. Okay. So I don't need this. And I need the front end to pass this. Request headers, request methods. That's fine. That's fine. request. Oh, maybe this is the incorrect. It's not adding this also, so maybe that's incorrect. Let's build this again. Headers, methods, and the origin. So the front end needs to pass this header, the origin. How do we do this? Let's hard code it for now. See if this works. Let's wait for the build. Okay. The build is kind of slow because it's using Docker. Because when I build without Docker, cannot find the MIDI. Let's not blindly copy here. Make sure the dependencies are in dependencies, not in dev dependencies. Yeah, they are here, so that's okay. Code URI points to the right place. Let's see. Yeah, Lambda expenses, this one. My function, there should be a package.json. Build properties. Let's see. Build properties. Yeah, it's correct. Entry point is up.ts. Unify false, unify true, source file true. Is build bundle. Some build. Can I do help? Can I do like no cache? No cache. Yeah, this one. Let's try this. Some build. No cache. Is that the correct one? No cached. It's like a clean build. Try this. Now it's running npm install. I think it's gonna work. Should add it here, the MIDI. Come on, come on, come on. So slow. The build is so slow. Hello guys, welcome. The build is taking so slow. So let me just show you guys what we are working. Our ongoing task is moving the course headers into a middleware, and we're using MIDI package to do that. Let's try this again. npm install failed. Maybe I'm gonna add a text here. So big. How do I make this small? Oh. Can I set the need to make this small. Yep, like this. That's better. Did my WSL crash again? Hopefully not, because I'm seeing this loading again, which is not a good sign. Yeah, it crashed again. So let's shut it down. Let's restart the WSL. I'll be right back. There we go. And this in code. Let's start the front end again. Or we can start it here. Then we need another one. Let's go to backend. SAM build. SAM is not found. Why? Let's try this. Docker's running, okay. Now it's working, I think. Let's get the API started. Okay. Let's try this one. If I add the origin, it's gonna return me the allow origin and the headers. Allow headers and allow methods also here. Allow origin. If I don't provide the origin, it's not gonna send me the allow origin. Okay, so we need to send that. Let's try here from the front end. Refuse to set unsafe header origin. Why? Let's see. Maybe let's try it here. Let's try it here. Now it works, I think. Request header. Now it works, okay. Now, I'm not sure why there's an error here. Let's try again to make sure. Refuse to set. I think it's being set by itself. Let's see. So I remove it. Now it's working. What? Okay. Now that works. Okay, let's remove this. Go back to the back end here. Now that's a good cleanup. Let's clean up the code here. I'm gonna delete this. So we don't need that. Also these two. And then we can commit this. Okay. Let's see what we can clean up here.
Nothing beats a jet holiday. Right now.
Move the body parser. Okay. Next task is move the body parser. Okay. Let's see. So we have here the MIDI, and we can do the body parser. this one. No, not there. CD. Installed body parser here. Okay, so this one is working now. And we just use it. And then we don't need to parse it here. Const body is equal to event.body. Should work. Let's try. Let's restart the backend. Build it first. Okay. Try it here. Success. Receive body. Yeah, that saves us some JSON parsing. Okay, that's a quick one. What happened? So we completed this body parser to middleware. HTTP. No, we need the. Now what we're doing is let's remove this. I think we don't need that. Let's test it. If it still works without that. Yep, still works. Let's see if we can use this here. Okay. Let's see if this works. Build. Oh, it's not working. I can't use common. Move shared code into Lambda, yeah. Layer shared. to allow outside import.
Hoy!
Mono-review approach. Okay.
Kanina to?
Okay.
Kanina lang?
Properties.
Diyan mainit ka. Yung sumuon pa rin mo pa sila. Kaya kayo. Subscribe to Lawrence. Lawrence. Bored. Alis ka na mag-board.